Hello, very well. Okay, this is day three. Yeah, day three with the Odin Project, and we opened the issue last time, and I actually got to assign, as you can see here, this is me, to open a pull request, and so I did. So I opened this issue and after that I created the pull request, which hopefully this week will be reviewed. So we will be excited to hear about that. But for now, let's just continue our project. Git log. So we did introduction, prerequisites, Git basics, HTML foundations, and we were going to do the project. So project recipes. Very good. Introduction. It is time to practice all the HTML knowledge you have acquired. In this project, you're going to build a basic recipe website. The website will consist of a main index page which will have links to a few recipes. The website won't look very pretty by the time you've finished, not unless you're into brutalist web design, that is. I know what this is. It's like simplistic web design. Yeah. Yeah, I like this kind of web design. Yeah, so cool. But okay. Setting up, but it is important to keep in mind that this project is just to build your HTML chops. We will revisit this project in the future to style it up with CSS. Setting up your project GitHub repository. As mentioned in the introduction to Git, you'll want to organize all your projects like a portfolio and link them to GitHub so it can be seen by others. If you do not know how to set up a repository, follow the instructions found in Git Basics to learn how. Mm, okay, wait, actually, yeah, very well. Yeah, set up your README file. Okay, so Odin recipes, Doge, e.md. So basically, this sentence, uh, Odin recipes, project, foundations course, Project. Very well. And yeah, we can make that a header 1, then this, and this is the description, I would say. Very well. If you're having trouble, tips on when to commit. Don't forget everything we went over in the previous lesson. Yes, and then when writing code, it's considered best practice to commit early and often. Commit every time you have meaningful change in the code. It will create a timeline of your progress and show that your finished code didn't appear out of nowhere. Yes. After you have entered git push origin main, switch over to your browser and open your repository on GitHub. You should now see all the files you pushed. Okay, that's enough Git for the moment. Time to actually build stuff. And we have an assignment with 4 iterations. Okay. Within the Odin recipes directory, create an index.html file. Approach.html. Very well. Fill it out with the usual boilerplate HTML and add a header 1 heading, Odin recipes to the body. Very well. So English recipes. I hope I'm writing this correctly. I think so. Yes. Very well. We have completed step 1. Now let's go to step 2. Recipe page. Create a new directory within the Odin recipe directory and name it recipes. Okay. Create a new HTML file with the recipes directory within the recipes directory and name it after the recipe it will contain. For example, lasagna.html. Okay, so let's do touch guacamole HTML. You can use the name of your favorite dish, or if you need some inspiration, you can find a recipe to use here. For now, just include a header 1 heading with the recipe's name as its contents. Very well. Recipes. This one. Bibimbap. 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 Very well. Okay. Create a new HTML file within the recipes. Yeah. Yes. Back in the index.html file, add a link to the recipe page you just created. Very well. So let's go to index. Here we can put something like this. and this will go to mole HTML, and we can actually add some emojis. Bibimbap. Okay, and we can do this MH4. Back in the index file, yes, the text should link again. Yeah, recipe page content. Your new recipe page should have the following content: an image of the finished dish under the header 1 heading that you added earlier. You can find images of the dish on Google or the recipe site okay, so let's open this image and then now let's save it, but save image. And now move this to, and now move to, but we don't want this actually to be a web image, so bibimbap png, or actually very well, remove this. Now here we can do something like image alt bibimbap images bibimbap dot, yes, bibimbap, but it's not loading. I'm guessing it was not converted correctly. Okay, let's see if this works. So we have guacamole and bibimbap. Oh, it's with M. I wrote with N, so it should be bibimbap. Very well. Okay, great. Now let's look for guacamole. Yummy. It's my favorite. Oh, but this picture is not very pretty. Oh, this one. Oof. Save image as Now we can do HR, VR, image, JPEG, alt, width 200 by height 350. No, just 300. Okay, yeah, this is like a 2-3 proportion. So maybe 250. Okay, yes. So let's go back. It should have an appropriately sized description heading following by a paragraph or two describing the recipe. Under the description, okay, so we're gonna have H3 maybe, and now, sorry, ingredient and steps. HR, VR. Actually, I think I like this more together. Yeah. And now I can copy this into the bibimbap. Very well. So description. Yes. So let's go back to Opa. Now let's see the ingredients for this. Hmm. Mm, Uh, so and here cilantro, garlic. Very well. And maybe we can do something pretty here with this. Yes. So a strong, it's not string, strong. Very well. Okay. And then let's continue reading this paragraph or two describing the recipe. Yeah. Then under the description and add an ingredients heading followed by an order list. Yeah. Finally, under the ingredient list add a steps heading. Yeah. Followed by an order list of the steps for making the dish. So order list. Let's see the steps we need to take here. Oh, that's it. It's very easy. For the bibimbap, I think it's gonna be more challenging. Okay. Oh wait, this is the bibimbap. Completely wrong right here. We are. This is for guacamole. And now this is for bibimbap. Okay, very well. The Now we need the ingredients here. What is it going to be? And we can even the amount put it under the italics. So, wait, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna do it manually. Okay, so let's review each. One bunch, fresh. Okay, fresh, strong, spinach. I would say fresh makes part of the, yeah. Soy, soy. There's a problem here. Yeah, yeah. Tablespoons, yeah. Two. Okay, here. We need to move this here. One clove garlic. One pinch red pepper flakes. 1 pound finely sliced beef. Four large eggs. 4 cups white rice. 4 teaspoons toasted sesame oil. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Seeds. Oh, very well. Oh, we're missing the last one. And now for the steps, an order list with all the steps. So step 2. Oof, it's a long recipe. We might need to create this paragraph so it looks pretty. Okay, let's see how it looks. Yeah, you see, this is not very pretty. So let's go to the guacamole. So this could be one paragraph. Yeah, this is nice. Or we can also try this. Instead of using paragraph, using a break line. Yes, I think I like this better. Okay. I don't like this space. Yeah. Very well. It looks better. Now let's see how the bibimbap looks. Okay. It's not very bad. So we didn't like this space. So let's remove this. And now let's close this here. Yes. Now let's add a break line, a horizontal ruler. Um, yes. And make it look prettier. Okay. So okay. Very well. We can put here a VR. Also here. And here. And here. Now here. Here. Oh, yes. Here. Let's see how it looks now. I like it more. Just the last step, it's so big. But that's okay. So this is the bibimbap. And this is the guacamole. Very well. Finally, add more recipes. Add 2 more recipes with identical page structures to the recipe page. Don't forget to link to the new recipes on the index page. So we need to add 1 more. Let's try, for example, hmm, or let me think, what could we do? Ah, I know. Mm, mm, Okay, sure. Many steps. Okay, it's not very big. We have all these ingredients. Well, actually, first, what's gonna be the name? Touch. And we have to download this image. Oh, but it's a web. Oh my god. Ah, but we can, yeah, we can actually save it. Yeah, and now we have to, okay, so let's go to our index. And let's put a shrimp. Oh, and we can also add this symbol here. Emojis always give the like a pretty nice touch to the web pages. Okay. Okay, so we've finished this one, we've finished this one. Okay. So shrimp and cocktail. Now we can close this. And this should be okay. And here should be 350. Sorry, 350 by 250 or 300. Description could be this. Very well. And now the ingredients. Finally. Okay, so first li list element. Now let's make this and very well. Okay. So let's review. 2 pounds cooked shrimp. Finely chopped red onion. Fresh cilantro. Crushed garlic. 1.5 cups of tomato and clam juice cocktail. Ketchup, fresh lime, lime juice, prepared horse radish, hot pepper sauce, avocado. Very well. Now steps. Step 1 is pretty unnecessary. Yep. Actually, very well. And that's it. Let's have a look how this looks. So we have guacamole, bibimbap. Awesome. Now guacamole. Yep. Wait. Steps, yes. Okay. Ah, I know what I am missing. I'm missing the. Wait, it's not in the ingredients, it's here. Oh no, we do have the horizontal ruler. Oh, but just for the first one. Okay. Okay. It looks good. Very well. So we've added 2 more recipes, yes, and don't forget to link, yes, on the index page. Here's our, yeah, And maybe we can do some a target blank. Yes, why not? Because we learned that, so okay. Blank. Very well. Yes. Okay. Viewing your project on the web. Okay, let's do this. So, git first status. First, let's patch. So git add. Let's patch the readme, and there are no changes. Of course, because we are not in the right place. Git patch. Git patch. Git add patch. Yes. What changed? Oh, the capitalization. What changed here? I'm not sure. Okay. So we've added a readme. I mean modified the readme here. Then Odin recipes, readme images. Yes. I'm just gonna change something on the readme here. Yes. Git status. So they are staged. So now we can commit this to our repository. I'm gonna place uh, project recipes. So now we can visit our GitHub. Foundations course, Odin recipes. We have all the images available here. And the recipes finally. Yes. So now let's set up GitHub pages. Let's follow this tutorial. Allows to publish. Yeah. There are a couple ways to go about doing this. The simplest way is settings, pages. Okay, let's try this. But the index for now it's gonna be here. So let's copy this. Settings. pages. Mhm. Okay. Okay. So should we? Okay, let's go back. IO. So we have the README available here, which is very nice. And then if we go here, okay, so should be this. Mm, Foundations course, the Odin Project. Foundations course, Odin links. Oh, it's not this, sorry. Ah, very well. Yes. So now we can visualize this on the web. And we could add a link, for example. And yes. So in our README, we can add here. So ooh, yes, very well. So that's it. Mm, we've completed this, and let's see what this looks like. Ah, they've added a picture here. It's actually very nice. A GIF. Someone added a GIF. It looks very nice. I'm sure it took a lot of time to do this. We can add our solutions, our own solution. So let's test one more time that this is working. Yes. Okay. Oh, we already saw this one. Wow. But I mean, people are doing way more than what was uh, asked. Yeah, looks very nice. Oh, I like this one. They are adding CSS already, so very nice. This is a very nice idea to add a home button on each recipe so you can go back easily. How many submissions there are? 1739 pages, and each page has like 10. Ooh, more than 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 15. Like 15 times this. It's more than 20,000. 26,000. Wow. Insane. Very nice. Next lesson. Introduction. We have 45 completed. In the previous lesson, you learned how to write the HTML that determines how a web page is structured. The next step is to make that structure look good with some style, which is exactly what CSS is for. In the next few lessons, we are going to focus on what we believe are some fundamental CSS concepts, things that everyone should know from the beginning, whether they are just starting out or simply needing a refresher. Lesson overview. This section contains a general overview of topics that you will learn in this lesson. Add styles to HTML with CSS, understand how to use the class and ID attributes, Add styles to specific elements using the correct selectors. Very well. Basic syntax. At the most basic level, CSS is made up of various rules. These rules are made up of a selector. More on this in a bit. And a semicolon separated list of declarations, with each of those declarations being made up of a property value pair. A div is one of the most basic elements. It's simply an empty container. In general, it is best to use other tags such as h1 or p for content in your project. But as we learn more about CSS, you'll find that there are many cases where the things you need just for a container, where the thing you need is just a container for other elements. Many of our exercises use plain divs for simplicity. Later lessons will go into much more depth about when it's appropriate to use various HTML elements. Selectors. Selectors simply refer to the HTML elements to which CSS rules apply. They are what is actually being selected for each rule. The following subsections don't cover every selector available, but they are by far the most common and the ones you should get comfortable using first. Universal selector. The universal selector will select elements of any type, hence the name universal. And the syntax for it is a simple asterisk. In the example below, every element would have the color purple style applied to it. Very well. Type selectors. A type selector or element selector will select all the elements of the given element, and the syntax is just the name of the element. So we would select all the divs. Yes. Class selectors. With the given class, which is just an attribute you place on an HTML element, here's how you add a class to a tag, to an HTML tag. Yes. Note that the syntax for selectors, a period immediately followed by the case-sensitive value of the class attribute. Classes aren't required to be specific to a particular element, so you can use the same class on as many elements as you want. Another thing you can do with the class attribute is to add multiple classes to a single element as a space-separated list, such as class alert text serve alert. Since white space is used to separate class names like this, you should never use spaces for multi-worded names and should use a hyphen instead. ID selectors are similar to class selectors. They select an element with a given ID, which is another attribute you place on an HTML element. The major difference between classes and IDs is that an element can only have one ID. It cannot be repeated on a single page. It should not contain any spaces. For IDs, instead of a period, we use a hashtag immediately followed after the case-sensitive value of the ID attribute. A common pitfall is people overusing the ID attribute when they don't necessarily need to, and when classes will suffice. When there are cases when using an ID makes sense or is needed, such as taking advantage of specificity or having links redirect to a section on the current page, you should use IDs sparingly, if at all. So avoid if you can. The grouping selector. What if we have two groups of elements that share some of their style declarations? Both our read and unread selectors have this color white and background color black. The declarations, but otherwise have several of their own unique declarations. To cut down the repetition, we can group these two selectors together as a comma-separated list. Both of the examples above, with and without grouping, will have the same result. But the second example reduces the repetition of declaration and makes it easier to edit either the color or the background for both classes at once. Chaining selectors. Another way to use selectors is to chain them as a list without any separation. Let's say we have the following HTML: subsection header and subsection preview. We have two elements with the subsection class that have some of the sort unique styles, but what if we want to apply a separate rule to the element that also has header as a second class? Well, we could change both the class selectors together in our CSS like so. Very well. So subsection dot header, yes. This can also be used to chain a class and an ID. So we could also use the hashtag. Very well. In general, you cannot change more than one type selector, since an element can't be two different types at once. For example, changing two type selectors like div and p would give us the selector div p, which wouldn't work, since the selector would try to find a literal div p element, which doesn't exist. Yes. Combinators allow us to combine multiple selectors differently than either grouping or chaining them, as they show a relationship between the selectors. There are four types of combinators in total, but for right now, we're going to only show you the descendant combinator, okay, which is represented in CSS by a single space between selectors. A descendant combinator will only cause elements that match the last selector to be selected, if they also have an ancestor that matches the previous selector. Something like ancestor space child would select an element with the class child if it has the ancestor with the class ancestor. Another way to think of it is child. Wait, another way to think of it is child. Is this correct? Another way to think of it is child. Another way to think of it is child. This is not correct, is it? Another way to think of it is child will only be selected if it's nested inside an ancestor, no matter how deep. Another way to think of it is that a child will only be selected if it is nested inside. I will open a pull request here because I think this is not nah, this is not correct. So why don't we head here to the Odin project and create an issue regarding this. Oh, it's not this one, sorry. Oops. This. issues. Okay, so let's open this issue. Very well. So so of it is that a child. Maybe I mean another way to think. Another way to think of it is that a child. Another way to think of it is child. Yeah, I'm totally messing this up. Okay. Another way to think of it is child. Of it is child. Very well. We're almost finished. While reading this module, I stumbled across a sentence which was confusing. I would like to submit a suggestion to make the content more understandable. On the module, you have this sentence, which to me sounds a little fuzzy. Another way to think of it is child will only be selected if it's nested inside an ancestor. Very well. Why is there... Oh, because there's a space. The problem with this sentence is of it is child, which is not quite correct. Language. My suggestion would be this. Okay. Foundations, lesson URL. Let's copy this. I have thoroughly read and under... Yes. I would like to... Yep. Purga Mecánica. While reading... Yep. A fuzzy. Sorry. Yeah, maybe not. Five? No, maybe four. Yes. And here none. Yeah, no, brain. It's not a good fit. The sentence is of its child. To think of it is that another way to think of it is that a child will only be selected if the nested in is inside. If it's nested inside of ancestor, no matter how deep. They are talking about ancestor here, not an ancestor. ChatGPT is actually wrong. So, my suggestion inside ancestor. No matter how, regardless of how deep that nesting is. Okay, very well. Submit new issue. Foundations Intro to CSS, rephrasing sentence on CSS ancestors. Okay. So now we can wait for someone to answer this. And hopefully we can contribute to this. It's these small things that you can contribute. It's really easy. And it would seem like it's irrelevant or it's not needed or something like that, but just making the content a little bit better, it costs nothing, and overall it's better. Like, of course there's no problem with this being a little bit wrong, it's not super wrong, but it's always better that the content is perfect, completely perfect. Take a quick look at the example below and see if you can tell which elements would be selected based on the CSS rule provided. Ancestors, space, contents. We have ancestor. This this div would be selected, and this div would also be selected. This one would not be selected because it's not a descendant from ancestor. The first two elements with the contents, class B and C, would be selected, but the last element D wouldn't. Yes. There's really no limit on how many combinators you can add to a rule. So 1, 2, 3, 4 would really be totally valid. It would just select an element that has a class of 4 if it has an ancestor which with the class of 3, and if it has its own ancestor with class of 2, and so on. You generally want to avoid trying to select elements that need this leveling of nesting, though, as it can get pretty confusing and long, and it can cause issues when it comes to specificity. Properties to get started with. There are some CSS properties that you are going to be using all the time, or at the very least, more often than not. We are going to introduce you to several of these properties, though this is by no means a complete list. Learning the following properties will simply be enough to help you get started. Color and background color. The color property sets an element text color, while background color sets well the background color of an element. I guess we're done here. Almost. But of these properties can accept both of these properties can accept one of several kind of values. A common one is a keyword, such an actual color name like red, or the transparent keyword. They also accept hex, so the hexadecimal value for the color, RGB, RGBA, and HSL values, which you may be familiar with if you've ever used Photoshop program or a site where you can customize your profile colors. Take a quick look at CSS legal color values. Let's close this. Very well. By the way, let's see where our pull request is. Nothing yet. Typography basics and text align. Font family can be a single value or a comma-separated list of values that determine what the font an element uses. Each font will fall into one of two categories, either a font family name, like Times New Roman. We use quotes due to the white space between words, or a generic family name, like sans serif. Generic family names never use quotes. If a browser cannot find or does not support the first font in a list, it will use the next one, then the next one, and so on until it finds a supported and valid font. This is why it's best practice to include a list of values for this property, starting with the font you want to use most and ending with the generic font family as a fallback. Times New Roman and sans serif in case the browser cannot find this one. Font size will Font size will, as the property name suggests, set the size of the font. When giving a value to this property, the value should not contain any white spaces. 22 pixel has no space between 22 and pixel. Font weight affects the boldness of text, assuming the font supports the specified weight. This value can be a keyword, bold, or a number between 1 and 1000. 700 is the equivalent of bold. Usually the numeric values will be increments of 100 up to 900, though this will depend on the font. Text align will align the text horizontally within an element. You can use the common keywords you may have comma characters in word processors as the value for this property. For example, text align center. Image height and width. Images aren't the only elements that we can adjust the height and width on, but we want to focus on them specifically in this case. By using an image tag, elements height and width, values will be the same as the actual image file's height and width. If you wanted to adjust the size of the image without causing it to lose proportions, you would use the value of auto for the height property and adjust the width. This also works the other way around. For example, if an image original size is 500 and the height is 1000, using the above CSS would result in a height of 250. So 1 to a proportion of 2 to 1, which makes sense. Wait, if an image original size was 500 height, yeah. It is best to include both of these properties for image elements, even if you don't plan on adjusting the values from the image for a file original ones. When these values aren't included, if an image takes longer to load than the rest, then wait, what? When these values aren't included, if an image takes longer to load than the rest of the page contents, if an image takes longer to load than the rest of the page content, the image won't take up any space on the page at first, but will suddenly cause a drastic shift of the page contents once it does load in. Explicitly stating a height and width prevents this from happening. A space will be reserved on the space and will just appear as a blank space until the image loads. Yes. Adding CSS to HTML. Now that we have learned some basic syntax, you may be wondering how to add all this CSS to our HTML. There are 3 methods to do so. External CSS is the most common method you will come across, and it involves creating a separate file for the CSS and linking it inside of the HTML opening and closing head tags with the link element. Link, then the rel, which is a style sheet, and the age reference. First, we add some enclosing link. A couple of pros to this method are it keeps our HTML and CSS separated, which results in the HTML file being smaller and making these things look cleaner. Yes. We only need to edit the CSS in one place, which is especially handy for websites with many pages that share similar styles. We also have internal CSS. which is embedded with the style tag, and inline CSS, which is embedded as an attribute for the element. Assignment. Go to our CSS exercise repository and navigate to the Foundations directory. Yes, I am here. Review each README file prior to completing the following exercises in order, from 1 to 5. Okay, we will do first the knowledge check. After that, we do the assignment, and but for now, and but for now, let me go grab something to eat because I'm starving. I got myself some guacamole actually, but I will be muting the microphone because I don't like ASMR. Okay, sound is back. Right? ASMR. I hate it. So, we finished the knowledge check. I'm still gonna be eating, but subtly. So yeah, we finished the knowledge check. Mm, wait, this is not right. Okay, yeah, looks better. Yes, and let me remove this. Mm, very well. Now, go to Navigate, Review, and complete the following exercises. In this exercise, you're going to practice adding CSS to an HTML file using all three methods: external CSS, internal, and inline CSS. Hmm. There are three elements that for you to add styles to, each of which uses a different method of adding CSS to it. As noted in the outcome image below, all the exercises in this section will have a CSS file provided and linked for you. But for this exercise, you will have to create the file and link it in the HTML file yourself. This is all about practicing using these different methods and getting the syntax right. The properties you need to add to each element are div, a red background, white text, a font size of 32 pixels, a center aligned and bold. B, a green background, white text, and a font size of 18 pixels. Button, an orange background and a font size of 18 pixels. Very well. So I'm gonna copy this. Let's copy recursively into the Odin Project Foundations course. I think here should be fine. Yes. Very well. So now we should have here, let's close this. Don't save this. Don't save this. Recipes, goodbye. But wait, what? Why do we have solutions? Oh, let's see what this is. Foundations. So it has desired outcome, index, and solution. I'm gonna delete this. Hmm. Actually, just delete the file. Okay. So we have we should move the desired outcome to, I know what the problem was. I didn't copy correctly. Yeah, wait. So something happened. Let's go back. Hit for everything. Very well. This didn't have an index before? I don't remember. I need to check. Mm, it doesn't. So let's remove this. And it also doesn't have an index. So let's remove this. Very well. Mm, Odin recipes. Yep. Now let's do it correctly. What was the mistake? This. If I put this, it's gonna copy everything inside that. What I want to do is to copy the folder here. So now I have this. Very well. Mm, hmm Let's remove the solution. So let's go to the exercise. It doesn't say how they want us to use the methods. It's just saying using all three methods. So let's do um, inline. Let's do embedded and external for the button. So inline for div, style, background color, red, color, white, font size 32 pixels, font, how much? Bold. Oh, but it says, oh, it actually says, wait, style me via external method. So let's do that. We need a new file, so div, very well. And why not? Let's do alphabetical order. Very well. I don't know why. Mm, right. It's here, tab size. I want it to be 2, not 4. 2. And that's it. Very well. So let's see if this is gonna work. You know, I don't like this because they have not talked about this. Although maybe on the external resources there was some information about it, and we didn't read all the external. Okay, so let's try to find out what is this. So compatibility. Yeah, very well. I would like to be styled with the internal method. So this one, style. P, a green background. Okay, background color green. White text. White. Font size 18. On the button, so orange background. Let's compare. Okay, it looks exactly like what they asked. Yeah, very well. So that was the first one. Now on to exercise number 2. So again, actually let's copy all of them. Hmm, yeah, so 2, okay. Let's delete the folder, so solutions. Desired outcome. Very well. Mm, class and ID selectors. Knowing how to add a class and ID attributes to HTML elements as well to use their respective selectors is invaluable. It is important to practice using them. There are several elements in the HTML file provided, which you will have to add either class or ID attributes to, as noted in the outcome image below. You will then have to add rules in the CSS file provided using the character selector tag syntax. Look over the outcome image carefully and try to keep in mind which elements look similar styled classes, which one may be compatible unique from the rest ID, and which ones have a slight variation from other multiple classes. It isn't entirely important which class or ID values you use, as the focus here is on being able to add the attributes and use the correct selector syntax to style elements. For the colors in this exercise, try using a non-keyword value. So one of these. The properties you need to add to each element are: all odd number elements are light red pink backgrounds, and a list of fonts containing Verdana, Virabou Sans, and sans serif as fallback. The second element, blue text and font size 36. In addition to this, a third element, in addition to the styles for all odd number elements, add a font size of 24. The fourth element, a light green background, a font size of 24 and bold. Quick tip, in VS Code you can change which format colors are displayed in. Okay. Very well. Let's see the files. Index and style. We have nothing in style. We do have the link to style.css. And I named this index, so let's name this. Let's see that it works. Yeah. Index. Okay. Now let's add our classes. Okay. So and we want family. Very well. The second element, blue text and a font size of 36. Index. So the second element is a div. So let's call this, and it's the only blue text and font size 36. So let's call this blue, big blue, big blue. ID equals big blue. Now big blue, size 36 pixels, and color, not also color, RGB, red 0, green 0, and blue 255. Then the third element, in addition to the styles for all odd numbers, add a font size of 24. Medium size text. For size, medium text, font size 24 pixels. And this is a class. And we can add this to the third element and the fourth element. 1, 2, 3. A light green background. Uh, Light green G. Or actually, let's use hexadecimal. So 0, light green, so red and blue. So A, 8A, 0, 0, B, or simply this. Red and blue, or red and green, I'm not sure. Okay, light green. And I feel like I am missing something. Oh, and bold. Font, weight, bold. And even lighter. So oh, this is a lot. So A. Seven. Yeah, very well. I'm a class. Yes. Maybe I should not have done this. Maybe we can do something like odd. It's the same thing, but whatever. Very well. I don't know why they have. Oh, they don't. I thought they had the same font, but it is different. Yeah. Look at the B. It's different. let's look at the solution. We got this right. Odd, 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 and then they have 2. I decided to name it Big Blue, but whatever. Then they have adjust font size. I have text medium and adjust font size, and for light green, yeah, this could be an idea, I guess. Equals light green. Okay, the same thing. The CSS. Oh, they said, yeah, they said we should use. Okay, I will use this. I will use an HSL. Very well. Delete folder. Yes. Looks good. It does look good. So let's close this. Exercise 3. So button 1, button 2, btn1, btn2. Each will have some characteristic, but also they will be sharing some. So button 1, background color black, color white. Button 2, background color yellow. Okay. Font size 28 pixels. Font family Helvetica. Roman. There's something here which is not making this the correct font size. Why? BTN1, BTN2. Oh, because okay, it's obvious. It's because I have this. Okay, desired outcome. Great. Let's remove. Well, we can look at the solution, but yeah, delete folder. And 4. Let's go. Mm, hmm. So, where are we? Right, because they say download an images folder. Yeah, so move anything .jpg to images. Very well. Make the element with both the avatar and proportion classes 300 pixels wide. So I hate so that yeah. Make the element with both the avatar and distorted class 200 pixels wide. Then make its height twice as big as the width. Here you should hard code 400 pixels. Okay, desired outcome this. Hmm, let's see. We have to add the images, name, copy. Hmm. So this is actually the second image. Very well. And what's the desired outcome? Okay, let's read because this is not correct. So make the element with both with both. I didn't read correctly. Avatar. Make the element with both the avatar and distorted. So let's see the solution. Yeah, this looks nice. Yeah, very well. Yeah, yes. So let's delete folder. Okay, number 5. Okay, so we have all of this. The HTML, I guess we don't have to touch it. And now it says only the p elements that are descendants of div, so div p elements, should have a yellow background. Red text and a font size of 20 pixels. And center align. Now, oh, it was correct. Desired outcome. Okay, this one was pretty easy. Yeah, very easy. Check the solution. Oh, I didn't notice it had a. Yeah. Delete folder. And that's it, because the exercise told us to do up until 5th exercise. Very well. Mark is complete. But actually, let's go back. Intro to CSS. Delete folder. Well, probably this is gonna be needed, but status. Very well. Now let's do something here. readme. Yeah, this got deleted. So what was the name of that project? Mm, mm, mm. Recipes, project recipes. And the link, oh no, why? It's not foundations. Curse, foundations curse. And Odin recipes. Let's copy this. So and the other one was, what was, yeah, shrimp. Wait, right. How would this be called? CSS fundamentals, intro to CSS. Mm, Very well. Finished this table. Mm, so let's add this. Okay. It's not working. Is GitHub down? No. Okay. So now let's test. Awesome. So we have the assignments. Now let's check. Mm, okay. I forgot to include here this. But we can test all of this. Oh, there's a mistake here. What is it? Chaining. It's chaining, no? Chain. Oh, there's an I. Okay, there's a mistake here. Here we forgot the I. Chaining. Yes. But we fixed it. Okay. Very well. It like this. It's organized. Everything. Yes. So let's continue. Mhm. The cascade. In the previous lesson, we covered basic CSS syntax and selectors. Let's just add this here. Okay. So, lesson overview. This section contains a general overview of topics that you will learn in this lesson. What the cascade does, specificity and combining CSS selectors, how inheritance affects certain properties. The cascade of CSS. Sometimes we may have rules that conflict with one another, and we end up with some unexpected results. But I wanted these paragraphs to be blue. Why are they red, like these other paragraphs? As frustrating as this can be, it is important to understand that CSS doesn't just do things against our wishes. CSS only does what we tell it to do. One exception to this is the default styles that are provided by a browser. These default styles vary from browser to browser, and they are why some elements create a large gap between themselves and other elements, or why buttons look the way they do, despite us not writing any CSS rules to style them that way. So if you end up with some unexpected behavior like this, it's either because of these default styles, not understanding how a property works, or understanding this little thing called the cascade. The cascade is what determines which rules actually get applied to our HTML. There are different factors that the cascade uses to determine this. We will examine 3 of these factors, which will hopefully help you avoid those frustrating "I hate CSS" moments. Specificity. A CSS declaration that is more specific will take precedence over less specific ones. Inline styles, which we went over in the previous lesson, have the highest specificity compared to selectors. While each type of selector has its own specificity level, that contributes to how specific the declaration is. Other selectors contribute to specificity, but we're focusing only on the ones we've done so far. ID selectors, those are the most specific selector. Class selector, second most specific selector. And type selector, it's the least specific selector. Specificity will only be taken into account when an element has multiple conflicting declarations targeting it. Sort of like a tiebreaker. An ID selector will always beat any number of class selectors. A class selector will always beat any number of type selectors. And a type selector will always beat any number of anything less specific than that. When no declaration has a selector with a higher specificity, a larger amount of a single selector will beat a smaller amount of the same selector. Let's read that again. When no declaration has a selector with higher specificity, a larger amount of a single selector will beat a smaller amount of the same selector. The amount is the amount of classes. Let's take a look at a few quick examples to visualize how specificity works. Consider the following CSS code. Rule number 1, subsection. Rule number 2, main and list. They are both classes, so a tiebreaker between specificity is impossible. But we were told that a larger amount of single selector will beat a smaller amount, so the red should win. Yes, Exactly. Now let's change things a little bit. Class, main, class list, subsection. Even though it has more amount of classes, the ID will always beat the class. So this will win the blue. And a bit more complex. This, of course, is the one that is gonna beat the red because they are both ID, so they cannot decide a tiebreaker with this, but they can decide it with the amount. And of course, yes, this would still be applied. Not everything adds to specificity. When comparing selectors, you may come across special symbols for the universal selector, as well as combinators, plus this symbol, which I don't know how to pronounce in English. Tilde, 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 I don't know. Well, whatever. And the greater than and an empty space. These symbols do not add to specificity in and on of themselves. Class, second class. Here both rule 1 and 2 have the same specificity. Rule 1 uses a chaining selector, while rule 2 uses a descendant combinator. But both rules have two classes, and the combinator symbol itself does not add to the specificity. This example shows the same thing, even though rule 2 is using a child combinator. This does not change the specificity value. Yes. In this example, we would have higher specificity and the orange value would take precedence because this it's always going to be beaten. Inheritance. Inheritance refers to certain CSS properties that, when applied to an element, are inherited by that element's descendants, even if we don't explicitly write a rule for those descendants. Typography-based properties, etc., are usually inherited, while most other properties are not. The exception to this is when directly targeting an element, as this always beats inheritance. Yes. Rule order. The final factor, the end of the line, the tiebreaker of the tiebreaker. Let's say that after every other factor has been taken into account, there are still multiple conflicting rules targeting an element. How does the cascade determine which rule to apply? Really simple. Actually, whichever rule was last defined is the winner. In this case, it will be yellow. For an element that has both alert and warning class, the cascade would run through every other factor, including inheritance and specificity. Since the warning rule was the last one defined and no other factor was able to determine which rule to apply, it is the one that gets applied to the element. Very well. So we have to complete exercise number 6. And the second assignment, remember the recipe page you created as practice from the HTML foundation section? Well, it is rather plain looking, isn't it? Let's fix that, adding some CSS to it. How you actually style it is completely open, but you should use the external CSS method. For this practice and moving forward, you should also try to use several of the properties mentioned in the previous lesson. Color, background color, typography properties. And I think I have a surprise for you in this exercise. Mm, okay. This section contains questions for you to check your understanding. Okay. Between a rule that uses one class selector and a rule that uses three type selectors, which rule has the higher specificity? Let's answer this. The rule that uses the class selector always has type. Yeah. Okay. Very well. This one was really short. Okay. Now let's do exercise number 6. Very well. And here should be 6. It's not face, it's fix. Okay. And this is not intro to CSS. This is rather the cascade. Assignment, CSS exercises. Close all of this. Sorry. 6. CSS methods. This final exercise for CSS foundations is going to give you a closer look at the cascade, in particular specificity and rule order. Both the HTML and CSS files are filled out for you. So instead of adding rules yourself, you will simply be editing what is provided. There are a few elements that have some sort of specificity or rule order issue in the provided CSS file. It is up to you to figure out what issue is affecting an element and how to fix it. You can edit the CSS file by adding, removing, or editing selectors for the declaration block, or by moving a declaration block around. You should not edit the HTML file or any of the actual styles in the CSS. Issues with Cascade can be the bane of existence for many when it comes to CSS. While you won't become a Cascade expert from this exercise alone, there are other ways to deal with these issues. It is super helpful to see how these issues affect our final styles and why it's important to order rules carefully. Yeah, very well. Let's go. What's missing? I'm just a paragraph with extra bold text. I'm a smaller paragraph, and this is green. I'm a div with text. I'm a smaller child with div. Okay. So this is not smaller. We should make that smaller. Let's see this paragraph and paragraph. Both are bold text. Text and child. Then, so these ones are shared. Then we have button as well and text, which is shared as well. Let's see the styles. So para and small para have these properties. Okay, which is correct. Small paragraph has a font size okay, so this is repeated. So I will comment it and I will justify by saying small para and para. The problem with this, right, is the font size. So why not? Very well. Well, we could, it's actually more correct if we move this up here. Okay, so these two are done. Desired outcome, they are done. Now we must have a green background with white words, and that is button, which should be before. Okay. Oh, very well. Okay, I'm gonna live with thin text. That doesn't look any thin. Text and a child div. Desired outcome. These are the same, so thin style div dot text. Let's see, div dot text. Yes, font weight, font weight, child div dot text. Mm, why is this not working? Let's have a look. It should be thin. Maybe it is working. Well, it supposedly it is. It just doesn't look very thin. I'm a smaller child div with extra bold text. Child div dot text dot child. Let's see how. Let's compare the solution. Yeah, they move it like I did. Then button goes up. Also, I moved it up. Small para. Confirm button. Let's see if this looks the same. It's exactly the same. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's okay. So we finished. We we have finished this one. Okay. So let's go here. Okay, very well. So let's start styling this. But before that, let's choose a nice font. Okay, so font, font, family, monospace. So in 1 minute, let's choose a font. I like this one. Mm, chakra. So this is not working. We might need to link this. But let's remove all. Okay, so we can finally add this very well. Awesome. And 400. Very well. And we will need this for each. But this will be here. Let's see. Okay. Awesome. So now we can style it. Let's think of a nice style. First for this page. Mm, also let's bring something here. I'm gonna bring this. Okay. I will show you what this does. Right? Well, it's easy to animate with this. And here we can try. I like this pulse. Oh, this is a nice one. Rubber band. Rubber band. What? Rubber band. What's happening? I don't know why this is not working. Heartbeat. So let's, for example, so here it is working, and here, okay, no, it works. Bounce. Let's say I want rubber band. Hmm. This is not the same effect. So I'm gonna do something like that. Let's have this reference here. So this is gonna be class recipes recipe list, recipe container, recipe card. There's gonna be recipe link, Okay, so this is gonna have an image, image, alt, H4 maybe. Oh, and let's not forget, this is a link. So yeah. Mm, cute pop-up link. So recipe. Okay. Very well. So let's start the CSS. Let's close this. Where's our reference? It's here. So, first of all, let's just focus on the recipe container. Wait, I need to open here the style. Recipe container. Great. And let's do okay. I need to find a nice palette. I want light colors. So well, actually no. Actually, I can explore some palettes. This one. Mm, this one looks nice. Okay. Okay. Pistachio. Very well. So let's get started. Recipe container. I want absolute no margin here and absolute no padding. And I want the background color to be light. Light, very well. Very well. I forgot. That's why it was not showing the color because I was missing. Okay, now it is showing. Yeah, very nice. But okay, so this is gonna be for the recipe card link actually. Card link. And I don't want any margin or padding here either. Great. It's very subtle. Very subtle. If we did something more radical, it's not taking this. Let's see why. Okay, very well. So we want this to be sure, why not display block. Margin auto, and it's not display block, sorry, it's display inline block. Yeah, and we want this. Okay. So we want this to be border radius. Try. Okay, yeah, 25 em and max height 200 pixels, overflow hidden, display flex, align items center, align content center. Okay. So recipe card image. Sorry, it's not overflow hidden. And it's even more. 75. Okay, this looks about right. But it's actually going to be like this. Okay. There's just one problem, which is the corners. I don't like them. We could do something else. Yes, I am going to do it. I will do it. So let's comment this. I'm gonna use another technique. Recipe card link. This is actually going to go here. Background bag image URL. Yes. Repeat. Position center. Background size cover, background. I think that's it. Great, it's already looking nice. And we're gonna say that the card link, we're gonna say here, size, SARS card width size, 200 pixels or 250, and card height side, 600 pixels. When we're gonna say width equals card width size, height, and overflow Y, scroll, overflow X, hidden. Okay, it's looking nice. Maybe 300. And let's do max height. We want just if it's needed. Yeah. Now we want a padding top of 200 pixels. Yes, to see the picture. And we want this top. Or actually, oh no, it's okay, top or center. Yeah, center is better. Now we have this, and after that we have the description. So the description and the summary, I'm gonna set up the background for both. So they have this white background. And also for recipe summary. Comma. Var white. Mhm. Maybe it's too much, 200, 150. Okay. Now we can do something here. Let's think. Okay. Let me think. We need padding for both. Yeah. Padding. 0.5 EM. Let's see. Okay. Yes, it actually looks nice. And let me do something here. So card, it's not card, font, it's not font, text, decoration none, and color var dark. Mhm. Now for the description, we want something maybe even smaller now. Mm, wait, bold. H5, let's see how it looks. A little bit more here. Maybe even one. Yes. And after that, I am not liking quite much this space between ingredients and I think it's from the P here. So I'm gonna change this P to H4. H4. The problem is that header will always be bold and we don't want that. So let's leave P and we will deal with it in a little bit with CSS. Okay, our description is done. Now, dot recipe card link dot recipe card summary display flex display, it's not flex, flow, it's not flow, row flex, no wrap. Your direction, it's gonna be row flex, no, justify content space between and align items or let's start. What else? Yeah, 0.5 em. And now let's do this. Work content work and the other one yes Okay. The other one is tasks item icon. Or, so card recipe card summary. This is actually for the div, and it's row. Okay. Okay, I was just ordering alphabetically. So we need some margin, bottom, 10 pixels. Ingredients, steps. Okay, and if it was too long, hmm, wait, nice. Okay, well then, maybe it's too much of a gap here, and we said that was because of the div, right? Card summary, margin 0, padding 0. Let's see why this has such a big space. Okay, so it's the padding here. So it's this padding here, which I'm gonna do description, padding, this one, description. I'm gonna put here padding 0, padding bottom. So recipe card link, description, padding bottom. Opa. This actually comes with the header, so okay, better. We could even do yeah, why not? Okay, but now recipe card link is gonna have a display none. Block none. And recipe container, it's gonna do over to recipe card link. Okay, the recipe container. Okay, very well. And there's one more thing I want to do. Recipe container position relative, and here position absolute. Yes, exactly. C index 1 and left no, it's a lot, 10%, 5%, 10 pixels. and stop 0. And actually, translate, rotate, very good. Fine. And we can add also horizontal ruler here. Title. And when you do hover, Mm, recipe container direct link. And hover on the recipe container. Mm, so we have recipe container and recipe card link. Recipe direct link. Container. Direct. No. Okay. Why is this not working? I know, because it's A. Mm, mm, very well. I like it. You just need to change the images. So Wait, recipe card link. Recipe card link. Ah, yeah, it's recipes. Recipe container. It's recipe link. Mm, mm, red pepper. Mhm. Large eggs. White rice. Sesame oil. And seeds. Finally. And very well. It's a lot of ingredients. Oh, and I remember it's a lot of steps. Yeah. Okay, let's get ready for this. So, steps. Oop. Oh, okay. Very well. And finally, this should not be guacamole. It should be shrimp. Uh, and this Mexican guacamole. It goes to guacamole, and this link goes to guacamole. This goes to Mexican shrimp cocktail, and this goes to Mexican shrimp cocktail. This goes to Odin recipes. Bibimbap. Very nice. So it's done. Finally. Troll. Well. So with cooked shrimp, red onion, fresh cilantro, blanched, plum juice, ketchup, fresh lime, prepare horseradish, hot pepper sauce, avocado. There you go. Plum juice. And should be capitalized. We could use something in CSS to capitalize everything actually. Let's do that. So this is summary. Oh, but I don't want to capitalize everything. Never mind. Juice, cocktail, ketchup, fresh, lime, juice, horseradish, hot, pepper, sauce, and finally the steps. Just the description missing. So the bibimbap, right? Bibimbap description should be here. Yeah. Let's see how it looks. Maybe this is not necessary. Okay. Mexican cocktail shrimp. Blah blah blah. Here. Very well. Now let's style this. So actually, let's try something different. Okay, so instead of doing the animation here, flip in Y. Yeah, let's try to do it here. It's not this one, it's backing. It's not working. Okay, so we need to give a duration. One second. 1.5. 1.5 seconds for the title. Very well, very good. So now all the titles will do that. So this is a title, should be a title. And now how should we just the display flex center, and I'm I'm actually satisfied. Description. So div, let's do it on the guacamole. Okay, title. Wait, why we have here HR between the image and the title, and on the other ones we don't have that. I think I like it more like this. I will add it to all. But actually, yeah. So remove this horizontal ruler, and here horizontal ruler. Very well. Now the class recipe card recipe page. Let's call it, or just recipe also works. Display flex, flex, wrap, no wrap, flex direction. It's by row. Align items center. Justify content center. And of course it's not working because I am on the shrimp. It's not row, it's column. Mm, the only problem is the horizontal rulers. Maybe I can do something different. So text align center, margin auto, and display line. Mm, and why is margin auto not working? Okay. And recipe order lists and on order lists adding 0. Hmm. Mm, mm, I think we we are done. I'm satisfied with this. Looks quite nice. We can see where our issue is. Maybe we got a reply, maybe not, maybe yes, maybe not. We did. Oh no. Oh yeah. Thanks. I will assign you. Feel free to go ahead and open a PR for minor changes like this instead of opening an issue first. Oh, thank you. Opening the issue is probably more work for you than going straight for a PR. Gotcha. So, we can finally open an issue and contribute to the project. And also, let's see where our PR is. Foundations, rephrase suggestion. Okay, still not reviewed. So let's go ahead here. No, it's not this. Documents. Is it documents? The Odin Project. It's not this one. How is it called? The Odin Project, yeah. Maybe on desktop? No. Maybe I did it on my Linux computer. Well, no problem. We will just go ahead and change that. The Odin Project. Is my main, it's not this one, is my main updated with Odin, with the curriculum. This branch is one commit behind. That's no problem. We will just update it. Update branch, sure. It's up to date. Very well. In documents, We can even do it here. I mean, dual branches. I mean, it's gonna be the same at the end of the day. I'll just, I'll do it in the terminal to show you how, what to do it. So, git branch. Okay, check out. Olga. And how are we gonna name this branch? Which is important because later on we want to have the same title for the pull request and for the branch. So let's see. Rephrasing. Okay, CSS. Rephrasing, yeah, maybe. Foundation, CSS ancestors. Rephrasing. Branch. Git status. Great. Now we must find where this is. So let's try to do that. Foundations, HTML, CSS, probably CSS foundations, intro to CSS. Yeah, and then it's this phrase. So it's here. Another way to think of a child, no, another way to think of it is child. Yeah, this is not, Another way to think of it is that a child. Another way to think of it is that a child. Okay, we will deliver this on us in a bit. We will go back. Get intro. It is okay. Another way, and what we want to say is another way to think of. Okay. And so another way to think of it is that a child will only be selected if it is nested inside ancestor, regardless of how deep that nesting is. Git status, git add patch. Another way to think of it is child of it is that a child that is that. Another way to think of it is that child will only be selected if it's nested inside of how deep that nesting is. Git git status, git commit. Nice. Let's see. So we didn't visualize this. We should visualize this. Markdown preview tool. Even if it's stupid and you think it's meaningless, you always imagine there was a hidden character messing everything up. Oh, we wouldn't want that. Another way to think of it is that child will only be selected if it is nested inside ancestor, regardless of how deep that nesting is. Correct. So I will actually copy more or less what I did last time. Sorry. Six. to make the content file. Mhm. Another way to think of it is child, the child. Okay, so second pull request completed. Mm-hmm. Mm, very well. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Very well. So next lesson, the cascade. So let's place this on our on our repo online. Just just have a last look. Let's close this. Cascade fix. Awesome. And then Odin recipes. Very well. Yes. Yes. Okay. So let's also add this to the README. There are no knowledge here, right? Oh, we've done that already. Yeah. So let's check out the README between the rule that uses here now. This is gonna be also from the cascade. Assignment name, cascade fix. It's gonna be recipes. Actually, where was the, oh, it's in HTML foundations. We should specify this here. Project recipes. Odin recipes. Gonna be the same. Very well. I think that's it. So could be HTML foundations. No, sorry. CSS. Intro to CSS. Very well. So let's go to our awesome. So we have two pending issues already with no reviews so far. Okay. Very well. It still has not been updated. Okay. Yeah, it's still waiting. But we fixed this. Awesome. Yeah, it's fixed. This is also working. This should not work. Oh, it's working. Any moment now, this should be up and running. Be right back. Ah, it's now up and running. So, all Odin recipes. Very well. Mm, okay, so this did not work. Just gonna change it. Or did it work? Oh wait. Oh, it did work. Sorry. It did work. Nice. I think that's it for today. We didn't finish CSS foundations. Uh, we did finish this, so I should mark it as complete. 50% complete of the foundations course. Okay, and you have some knowledge checks. And here also some knowledge checks about Flexbox. Okay, more knowledge check. Okay, and not so much. Very well. No assignment here. Here you have an assignment. Okay. Okay. Wow. Nope, wait, wait. This is not correct. It should be Odin recipe. Let me edit this. Okay, yeah, now it makes sense. Now I am procrastinating. Should not be doing this. That's it. See you tomorrow.